murky. "500-foot ceiling above Shalvoy, 3.7-mile visibility, 6-mile-an-hour winds from 100 degrees, that's 09's all go, 46 degrees or 8 degrees temperature." That came on really late, that did, mate. That came on really late. This. When I said 3, 2, 1 go, I was pointing at the United 767. Gonna lose sight of them real quick. Great meeting up with a United 767, sorry, UPS 767 pilot yesterday. Yeah, the big bird. Good numbers on the precept then. No messing. The edge of the runway there, look. Just goes to show how close to the edge of the runway, well, not close to the edge, but the outer marker of the runway, if you know what I mean, the outer edges of the runway. It's obviously not overhanging the edge in any way, shape or form, it's just there's nothing else that has that span of its outboard engines. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I love the way that the yeah, this is the one with a poorly I think it's a replacement nacelle in it. Okay, BA what? Yeah, I've got Malaysian to my right. Yeah. That'll be Malaysian 3, won't it? Wow. Beautiful. Don't suppose that's Aer Lingus' XLR, is it? Mind you, their XLR, they've got it's an LR, is it? They had one of their XLRs is still AOG, isn't it? Aircraft on ground due to a what was it, a heavy landing, wasn't it? Long range. And we've got somebody who's first officer, did you say first officer on the Zurich bound 320? Okay. Morning everybody, hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning, or have enjoyed your Sunday. Got people tuning in from all around the world. Very short takeoff roll there, man. Very short. So just sitting there. Look at that winglet, man. Oh, sorry, shark clip. I mean, sorry, blended wingtip. Isn't she lovely, man? Kaz 340 tuning in from Melbourne. G'day, Kaz. Hope everybody's doing well. Tony O'Reilly. Got any Ryans in the house today? Harris got a broken arm, blimey. Joel Hall. Wow, Carl Roller. Aer Lingus 321 XLR has had to have a full landing gear replacement. $1 million. Wow. Or euros, sorry. That's insane, man. Oh look, double SAS. Is that you, Dave? Is that you, Dave? Dave. Zed. You, Dave. Yeah. 1 million bucks for a whole complete, as in main landing gear or complete landing gear. Oh, one pilot's not very popular, is he? With whenever he walks in the, when everyone, he's got to have a nickname, surely. Banger Smith or something like that. I don't know. Sonny Snyder, Beverly George, Jules Harris, 17th Mustang, Chad Horry. Let's go. Replacement window there, look. Happens a lot. Something you see quite often. Clark, how much is the Air India engine replacement going to cost? Well, yeah, I'd imagine that sucking in all that, oh, blimey, it's triple SAS. Is that you? This is you, Dave. That's insane, man. Come on, mate, up to the block so we can get you all in one shot. Come on, son. It's SAS day. Wow, the whole, okay. Main gear, so not the front gear. Main landing gear, because the front gear wasn't really effective, was it? Come on, son! No, stay where you are. Bloody lamppost. Well, we've never seen that before, have we, eh? Should have bought you 330, son. Got any more? I don't know. Boscher Ben. Yeah. Moving in. We did mention that on the show the other day, didn't we, Lenny? Delta are ordering 60 Dreamliner 10s. Crazy, man. Yeah, that was a sort of like a talking point, wasn't it? Especially as quite surprising. Delta were quoted of saying that the airline had decided to go all Airbus for its wide-body fleet, and then it goes and switches to DHL's still here. Look, she's going soon, isn't it? Tap rate. That was an A350 Tapare, I think, isn't it? Alex Hill got woken up this morning by KC-135 out of Milton roaring overhead. Wow, yeah. Cool. Like that. It's a great wake-up call, isn't it? Jordan Weir, good morning to you. Jules Harris. Tapper, Mark Lofthouse. How's that second mic working out then, folks? Sanction. I wore my Big Jet TV zip hoodie I received as a Christmas gift with pride while I was out shopping yesterday. Excellent. Thank you, Sanction. Bellaloo 359, indeed it was. Don't forget our Zurich bound 320 GP. Chris Gossman tuning in from Seattle. He's lining up now, is he? Is this him here? Nose out of alignment. Mark Abraham sounds and close-ups are brilliant. Fantastic. That's good. Waterlord, Sydney, wow. Ryan Duke tuning in from Winnipeg. Audio sounding great, thanks mate. There is the slinger. Oh, it's like a flipping conveyor belt. Sorry, let me just grab it. SAS conveyor belt. Blimey, slow down, son. Patient, isn't he? Jordan Weir, my Big Jet TV Russell padded jacket arrived on Thursday. Very nice and warm, great quality. It is, isn't it? I'm lucky to have one of those as well. That is really cool, Jordan. Great to hear. Glitter my butter. Good morning to you. Beverly George. Jules Harris, loving the atmospheric conditions. Yeah, great thing is with a low ceiling, 500 feet or so, isn't it? You get lots of noise. He's screaming emu. Live in the cruise. Ladies and gentlemen, tuning in across the Atlantic. Lots of vapour on departure this morning. Oh, what, earlier than planned? Okay. Yeah, lots of people mainly, I've got to say, sort of like, you know, you call them entitled, Jerry? Over entitled, yeah, entitled people slagging off British Airways with their revised points system. You've got to do what you've got to do, innit, really? But yeah, it's there's obviously arguments for and against, but oh, Joe Cam, that's brilliant. Thank you for getting my son's Zurich flight, his Big Jet TV debut, worth the £150,000 it cost me for his training. Bloody hell! That's it. You can give up now, mate. He's going to give up when he gets to Zurich. He's coming up. Well, fair play, man. Fair play. 150 smack, 1,000 smackers. It's crazy. Well, you'll get that money back, mate. You'll get that money back. Dicky Monday! Of course, Dicky Monday. We do try to appeal to all time zones if we can. Hilly Hog. Which aircraft engines give the most chest rumble when you're filming? Ooh, that's a tricky one, really, because a 380 at full pelt is a decent chest rumbler. In terms of noise, you know, the United 777-200s with the Pratt & Whitney PW4000s, that's a noise, that is. These things can belt out a load of rumbling as well. Basil Price 777-300ER, big sound. Oh yeah. 200s though. 200s are decent as well, especially the roller powered ones. This is a older GE model, isn't it? Peter Wilson went on a Singapore 380 February 2012 easy, son, to Brisbane. Excellent economy service. Didn't want for anything. Well, we found that, didn't we, Julie, when we flew with Singapore Airlines? Great, great company to fly with. Really conscious of hygiene as well, the flight crew during the flight. Miss Marple investigations. My corgi flew alone. It was supposed to be LA to Heathrow, got diverted and spent the night in New York and finally delivered to UK. Very stressful for us. Oh, she was crap. Oh, bless. Poor thing. I'm sure they went after. Cabin crew might, yeah. XWBs do give it a fair old wallop as well, when you're, especially when you're on board the aircraft. Megs Thompson is a returning member. Welcome back, Megs. Carl Waller, any Trent engine. Trent 7000, nice floof. Trent 7000 engine is apparently the, at the moment, the most efficient engine out there. efficiency, not power, but efficiency. Apparently, I don't know where they get the numbers from, but glitter my butter, we share a hotel with the Singapore Airlines crew. They never have a hair out of place. Perfection. Yeah, yeah. I've seen some airlines, not mentioning any, but I've seen some airlines with right old scruff balls turning up on the in the cabin. Thomas, 20 years ago. BA flight 38. Oh, what the slam and dunk at the other end of this runway. Wow. Full English is served for Screaming Emu. Oh, let's take a bit of time, innit? Actually, no, it hasn't. It's only 11 o'clock, isn't it? Arrow, super close views, yeah. Tony Briggs, best part of 2 miles, mate. Anand flying into London this coming Friday. Hopefully they're on Westlist, they won't be Anand. Daniel Pearson's just turned up the subwoofer. Fish stocks in Christmas class for start of December. Well, I do have a bunch of unopened. Yeah, I did open Christmas cards. Yeah, yeah, we did. I'm sure we got something from the fish locks, didn't we? No, Tony, you can't come and see me here, mate. Ada Camp giving us the weather conditions. Well, oh, Wilma Harper, is that chirping sound birds or planes? Well, it'll be birds. Can you hear that, Ginny? I can't hear it because I'm obviously it's fine. Hear birds tweeting. See, they can rumble, man. They can rumble. The little IAEs. You put an A343 down there and you'd know about it. Going down to Bournemouth to watch the 340s land. a rudder, straighten her up, straight down the centre line. Kev Miller, here's the rumble more. Watching on the big box and iPad on for chat. There we go. No, they're not lights on the horizontal stabiliser. It's a reflection of the runway lights, isn't it? Parish, mean looking front end on the 350, yeah. It's 339. Oh no, it's not 339, sorry. It's a Pratt powered, that's why sometimes this is, ooh. Pardon me. We're gonna run down to electric. Mike. Saw an A380 brum to Dubai and the cruise above me yesterday. Absolutely beautiful in the afternoon sunshine. Terry off its big boy frame. There we go. Should be a poet, man. Screaming, yeah. There are lights indeed. I mean, that's there are lights on the horizontal stabiliser, the tail illuminators. But it just looked like there was a set of flashing lights on the actually it was on the elevators, wasn't it? You see, it's just elevators in the down position, just a little bit of forward pressure on the stick. Wow! Get her up to 60 knots. Pressure comes off. Up go the elevators into the neutral position. There they are. Also, you'd love to get a job within the aviation. Within aviation, love my job, but my main passion is aviation. Well, get into it then, Woodsy. I mean, we got an example of that, perfect example of that, wasn't it? Old matey who we see down at ARD, Jordan, on a regular basis. Yeah. Oh, Aaron Thomas, don't. It's, we've talked about that before, haven't we? Imagining Concorde from this position, man. Just epic. I think I'd have to seriously come here twice a day for Concorde. Mark B, why do 787s take off derated compared to 350s? Yeah, they do seem to go through the gate. Yeah, you're right, mate. They certainly appear to be that way. But the very clever systems on the 787, which I guess that's all based around the FADEC and the control management of the you know, the whole engine control system in order to minimise the wear on the engines. The Dreamliners do generally tend to use a lot of runway, which is why they don't, obviously, they don't use a tremendous amount of power for the departure when they throttle up. Chris Thompson getting acquainted with Jason McKay flying out 14:30 on flight VS165-789. Please give him a shout out. He's my partner's brother-in-law. Well, Megs, wait until he's lining up and then we'll do that. What's that? Rob Driz, what does D-rated mean? Good question, Rob. It basically means imagine putting your foot down on the it's D-rated as in DE rated. If you can imagine putting your foot only halfway down on the accelerator of a car, that's the best way to describe it, by reducing the amount of just reduced power. I can understand why you'd say D-rated though, because a lot of people would think that, yeah. Model railway, turns down. It's just, I mean, the throttles go into the same D10 in terms of percentage-wise on the in the throttle box, but the engines just deliver the exact amount of power. And that's why it's the same with the Gen X engine as well, the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000 and the Gen X engine, which look at that. Davies, yes, V1 would be, well, all the numbers would be at the right speed. It just takes longer to get there. Yeah, like the screen you saying there, A-rated could be a flex takeoff, which is right up through the gate. If your aircraft is particularly heavy, you'll get a flex takeoff, which means that the throttles go right the way up through the gate. Susan New, what's that with the super chat, Jerry? What did you say? Sorry. Oh, did I? Okay. Sorry if I missed your super chat. Let me just. There we go. Max Mitchell has gifted €2. Shout out to Ryan and Max. There we go. Ryan and Max. Oh, it's him and Ryan who are currently in pilot training. There we go. Well, Ryan needs to contact Elon Musk, doesn't he? Because apparently Elon's buying Ryanair and going to give it to someone called Ryan. So let's see how that one pans out. Sure, you know. Screaming if you lose an engine, FADEC automatically overrides any flex setting and commands maximum continuous power. We can also do that by forcing the engines into toga. There we go. Toga being the right the way through the box. Takeoff go around setting. Jedi plumber. Override the flex and send it, like it. What's that? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that probably, it is probably playing tricks in terms of, like, it does look like they're going up steep. But it may be they're just being given, that's just their procedures on some of the aircraft. Certainly the smaller ones appear to be going up quite steep, don't they? Yeah, I love this kind of weather as well, mate. I'll prefer this over hot sun all day long. The thing is, at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're following your flight directors, aren't you? You're not going to override that. Danny Maguire, £10 super chat. Great to be here for 2 years, Jerry and Jilly, I'm guessing you're meaning there. Danny, thank you. And congratulations, 2-year badge, mate. That's wonderful. Thank you for your support, Danny. Electric Avenue. Adam's loving the weather. Tell you what I'm going to do. Quickly adjust this, because that's just a little bit. And then we'll take it higher. Park house spotting. Miss Marple saying she used to hear the sonic boom each night when she lived in Torquay. Funny, I remember Paul from ARD telling me that he heard a story. Let me tell you a story. Somebody who lived out beyond Windsor way, a little bit further west of Windsor, in and they used to. It wasn't related to Concorde, but every now and then, this is back in the old days as well. Every now and then, there would be a vibration. They couldn't figure it out until they sort of did figure it out, and that was because it was aircraft like 707s and jumbo jets, old aeroplanes, spooling up at London Heathrow. It might have been that, or it might have been probably spooling up, I would imagine. Especially the 707s with their water injection. How crazy is that? Used to inject water into the engines. The 707 had a separate water tank, believe it or not, to inject water into the engines for improved power. Heathrow Joe is a returning member on Big Jet TV. Welcome back, Heathrow Joe. Good to see you. John Grinham remembers the lot TU134. Yes. Taprey Max 8 bound for Warsaw. Thank you. Brian Stewart, Max 10 has been cleared for the next phase of flight testing. FAA inspectors evaluate critical systems alongside Boeing. Okay, the next phase. Oh yeah, look at this beautiful aeroplane here though. Oh yeah. It's got a petroleum look about it, hasn't it? Screening water injection cooled the air, making it denser and making more power. There we go. Mark JB63, good morning to you. Hope everybody's doing well. Mark Lofthouse. Well, to be honest with you, Mark, no more paint than any other aircraft, because all the other aircraft do have to have a coat of paint, even if they're white. Gary Lyon has gifted a channel membership. Nice one, Gary. Thanks, mate. Not really, Mr. Legster. Obviously, the factor involved in deciding that is, you know, when I've got something like this on my doorstep, why would I want to go and film a whole bunch of Ryanair jets and EasyJets and the odd... I mean, I know they have some half-decent stuff down at Gatwick now, you know, they're kind of back to full strength. Virgin not going back there, not at the moment anyway. There are some half-decent operators down there and some that we don't see up here, but it's just the frequency of heavy stuff. Aidan Rowley with you for an hour before I go and set up my new aquarium. Ah, good for you, Adrian. Nice bit of floof going on there. CX7 update, Aidan Campbell. That's the 747 freighter. ETA improved to 249. Well, that's good. Suleiman Barak has gifted 1999 787-9 Saudi Riyadh, is it? To many years of great aviation. Thank you, Soleil. That's true. It is a bit of a myth, isn't it? The whole Ryanair landing thing. I don't know how that all really started, because you know it's whenever, like you say, whenever you've flown with them, they're always smooth. Extremely efficient engine. Trent 7000. So these guys going with the 787 then, not going all, look at this, what's that? Mark Lofthouse, yes, it is the runway. Is that a go around? Is that a go around on left? Is that a go around on left? Mark Lofthouse, yes, it is the runway that the BA jet belly flopped, but at the other end, on the opposite operations. Sam Robson, stupid question, like, how does the front lift on rotate? Is there a hydraulic push on the front gear? No, Sam. You see the back of the aircraft there, the horizontal stabilizers, the HTP, the horizontal tailplane, the elevators, the moving part of the horizontal stabilizers there, which is called the elevator. So the pilot will pull back ever so slightly, which will then rotate the front of the aircraft and put it into the air. It's as simple as that. We'll probably be able to see it actually. Okay, sky is starting to clear ever so slightly. But watch how these things shake, man. The Boeing 777's HTP is notorious for a heavy shaker. John Gridham was gifted £1.49. I think that's a super sticker. Thanks, John. Yeah. Old Snowball 787-10 order was rumoured for at least 6 months prior. It was inevitable as they wanted a Gen X MRO contract to service Gen X engines. Oh, okay, interesting. What a service thing as well. get it because we're going to get photo bombed by an Air Malta jet. Not Air Malta, but Malta. Let's see, oh, there we go. Now another example of the elevators being used on takeoff. LAN 136 is a returning member. Welcome back, LAN 136, on the A320. That is common practice. Don't know if all. I certainly know that EMU doesn't use it unless there is, of course, the conditions warrant it. But you'll see that this pilot here, it might not be, Malta might not do it as well, but you'll see that the elevators will be pushed down, a little bit of forward pressure on the control stick to keep the nose pinned to the ground, to stop it from sort of like almost going light on the front end. It just maximizes the steering if you're using the tiller for steering up to around about 60 knots, where the airflow over the tail section is then controlled, controls the steering of the aircraft. See, he's got his elevators in the down position there, and then at around about 60 knots, we'll come up to the neutral position. Coming up now. There we go, up to neutral. Now all it is just waiting for the numbers to come up. Oh, he does use forward pressure now. It's an Airbus thing. Okay, there we go. Half push to 80 knots. There we go. 80 knots. Oh, he's going straight out, this guy. Ellis Chernoff did the same on most of the airliner types he flew. There we go, you see. Makes sense, doesn't it? Obviously, when you think about the physics of it, you know, the power of those engines, literally, you know, you're going to get a jolt. It's almost like having a very powerful car and putting your foot down. That's why they have wheelie bars on dragsters and stuff, to stop the nose from lifting. So in order to, because as soon as they start moving, the airflow will, wow, look at that. You see the power delivery, man. Okay, so A320 family is always screaming, you say. Hypnotic Donkey, what a great name. Asking, would you need to alter the tyre pressures if flying from a cold destination to a hot destination, or reverse? Well, the thing is, at Hypnotic Donkey, these obviously these aircraft are so clever, man. The systems on these aircraft, even the pressure sensors in the tyres. Generally, if not really. Because obviously sometimes you're flying from a hot climate like Doha, for example, to London Heathrow, which is bleeding miserable, which is great, to be honest with you. But no, in general, it's across the board around about 200 psi, anything from sort of like 180 to 200 psi, depending on the aircraft type. and size. Andrew tuning in from Bermuda, hello. Oh, by the way, folks, we have last night, and you know, we were talking yesterday about. Let's just wait for this one to go out because then we've got a little bit of a lull by the looks of it. Anything lined up on the Sierra? Yeah, there we go. Screaming. The tyre pressure is not important. DCA, good morning to you. What's still morning. Yeah, of course. There's actually a number of benefits to use for using nitrogen, because obviously oxygen creates moisture inside the tyre. Which you find if you take a tyre off a car wheel rim, you'll notice that there is moisture inside, and that potentially creates corrosion, both for the rubber and also for the rim component as well. So nitrogen is dry, and it's non-explosive as well. It's so that makes it everything works. So the 220 uses that down pressure, and that great Paul Skilling. It's not volatile, it's inert, isn't it? Is that the right word? An inert gas? Feather duster. Good afternoon. Have a little bit of a coffee slurp. Yeah, looking at some of the models at ARD yesterday, and looking at some of the older liveries, and there are some classics out there, man. I think it's becoming a bit of a trend, isn't it, with international and domestic airlines, hopefully having a couple of their fleet painted up in a retro scheme, as we call it, good to know that Lufthansa not only are doing the 100th anniversary scheme, but they're also doing some retro schemes on their narrow body fleet as well. Oh yes, yes, Brian Stewart last night. Alan Q, £1 super chat. Thank you, Alan. Yeah. So as we've discussed on previous shows about during my recuperation period with my upcoming surgery on my old ticker. We're going to do somebody actually commented on it the other day, actually suggested it the other day. Why don't you do a round the world trip for whilst you're recuperating, so that we can do some cool stuff. So I asked Siri last night to create a round the world trip with a flight every day for 30 days, and it came up with something really cool. Let's just have a look here. So it said to me, here's a 30-day round the world itinerary with one flight per day hitting different continents efficiently. Days 1 to 5, the Americas, and this is from London. London to New York. Day 2, London, Miami. Then Miami, Mexico City. Then Mexico City to Lima. Then Lima, Santiago. Day 6, the South Pacific. Santiago, Easter Island. I'm flying to all of these, by the way, in the sim, folks. Easter Island to Papeete, Tahiti, that is. Then Papeete to Auckland, then Auckland, Sydney, and then Sydney to Melbourne. So that's the South Pacific. Then we've got Asia, Melbourne to Singapore, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, Hanoi, Hanoi to Hong Kong, and then East Asia. I nearly said East Anglia then. Norfolk to anyway, yeah, day 16 to 20, East Anglia. East yeah. Hong Kong to Taipei, Taipei to Tokyo, Tokyo to Osaka, Osaka to Seoul, Seoul to Shanghai. And then days 21 to 25, South Central Asia is Shanghai to Kathmandu, Kathmandu to Delhi, Delhi to Jaipur, Jaipur to Mumbai, Mumbai to Dubai. Day 26 to 30, the last week, basically, last 4 days, Europe and return. Dubai to Istanbul, Istanbul to Athens, Athens to Rome, then Rome to Paris, and then Paris to London. So there you go. And it says this balances continent hops with regional clusters while keeping one flight per day realistic, mostly under 8 hours each. We're going to struggle, aren't we? Because we've only got a certain amount of distance we can fly on the we can't do 8 hours on the 320, can we? I'm going to have to learn to fly the 330 pretty sharpish, really. Or shall I just jump straight on the 350? I think it's more user friendly, isn't it, the 350? Mr. S Anonymous is the new ticker valve supplied by Airbus. Great if it was, wouldn't it? Came in a little crate, its own little crate. A very small crate, I've got to say. Well, glitter my butter, yeah, but it's not a real itinerary, is it? It's an itinerary that we're going to be flying from home. Screaming him, you can do 8 hours on the 321 LR. Yes, but I'm not. Okay. So Microsoft Flight Sim. We need to go and find a. We need to go and blimey O'Reilly. Oh yeah, there isn't any, is there? Nigel Armstrong, negative on the clear sky, my friend, as you'll probably be able to gather. Although it is clearing ever so slightly, the low ceiling is definitely, as you can see, we're getting a little bit more. Ross Till, you'll need another operation after that. Melanie, learn in-air fueling. John Mackenzie, wouldn't it be better to do Osaka, then Tokyo, then Seoul, a straight line north, instead of Tokyo, Osaka, and Seoul, which is north-south and north of it? I don't really mind. I mean, we could make adjustments to it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. John, that's someone who obviously knows his geography very well. Listen to this thing. Now look at the smoke belch out of these things, man. These things are proper coke burners, I call them. Screaming in, I think 321 isn't 321 Flight Sim, isn't it? A clean set of XWBs for once. Odette Hull. Good day to you, Odette. Hope you're well. Kevin. Robert Hilton. Nigel Armstrong 30 miles away and he has clear sky. Nigel Armstrong liking the fact that you're calling it Union Jacks. I like that. Not the Union flag. Who came up with that? Richard White, make sure there is an airport before filing the route. Okay. Well, that's very easy to do, isn't it? That's very easy to do. Just got to get the airport codes for all of them, haven't we? Mind you, surely. I mean, I know it's AI, isn't it? That I got that from. It's ChatGPT, wasn't it? Chernoff, many of those proposed flights require a great deal of study in advance. Well, it's all about me though, Ellis, isn't it? Winging it. That's what it's all about. It's a challenge, isn't it? A bit like the other night. We got down, might have landed at 220 knots, but we got down. I think the aircraft's still in recovery at the moment. That's definitely a main landing gear. Mind you, didn't wallop it down, but we got it down anyway. Basil Price, it's only the Union Jack when it's on a ship. Yeah, but why did they change it anyway? Everyone used to say that the Union Jack, didn't they? Oh, whatever. EGPX pilot mate of mine flew a number of those round the world package tours for the wealthy. It was a 757 with 86. Yeah, didn't Pan Am do that last year? It's the equivalent of being on a ship, you know. With that, you're sort of like, you know, you're at the mercy of everybody else, aren't you? You know, with those round the world trips, aren't you? You know, you've only got a certain amount of time at each destination. I wouldn't want things laid on for me either. I don't want to go visiting a museum with, you know, 80 other people or anything like that. I just want to go and do my own thing. And if I had that kind of money, I just wouldn't want to do it. I'd just do it on my own. I'd just ask Jilly to do an itinerary for me. Kevin Beasley, Anchorage -21 a few days ago. Yeah, Anchorage is 24/7, isn't it? Hello. Oh, I thought I had a rogue then. Anchorage is 24/7. They don't shut for anything, do they, really? Passengers load is slowly as Friday Sim the World Tour. We get more behind the 8 ball. Yes, Avro Arrow. Yeah, they did take their time, didn't they? Flipping heck. Mind you, I like all that. I quite enjoy it all. Stu and the crew, Jerry, Phileas Fogg Dyer around the world in 30 sims. Yeah, we should definitely make a thing of it, shouldn't we? Yeah, definitely make a thing of it. TWA and Pan Am used to sell round the world unlimited for fixed prices. Okay. Gillian Sankey loved the sim show on Friday. Yeah, tried something new, a new destination. Well, new outbound and inbound. Something new, something different. There's a lot of it's a very challenging approach, especially if you're due in on one runway and then they change you halfway across, and it's an RNAV approach as well. Not much fun, but we got it down in the end. I sort of like overrode the system. Oh, Nigel Gale, Qatar 777, Rogue on 9 right. Nigel Armstrong also confirming that. Nice one, thank you guys. Thank you, Tapray. This is BA93, headed for Toronto. What's that question? tune in just yet. This guy is going to stop, I guess, hold for traffic. Shown off observed the A350. Phoenix, is that? See, I like it when airports, when you PHX, it's Phoenix. It's nice. Some of them are just like, you know, got no relation to the spelling at all. From Arrow, very fun. Oh yeah, look at this, man. Look at this. Nice! Loving that. William Harper. Nice. Like that. Electrical braking system on the Dreamliner, folks. That's why you don't see all those hydraulic leads running down to the it's all electrical feed going down to the brake systems. Of course, electrical feed into a hydraulic system that operates the brakes, if you see what I mean. It's there's still a hydraulic system within the calipers that push the pistons, not electric motors. Yeah, the electronic feed is what sometimes fails. The A220 has electric brakes as well. I never knew that. Nice one, mate. Thank you. I like that from Caramel Caribou. Can really see all the bendy parts flexing. I like that. Yes. Doing an elevator check. This isn't. Didn't somebody say earlier on about a Virgin 787? Somebody flying it or on it or something. Jeff's tuning in from Boston, Massachusetts. Megs, right. Omid, tuning in from Atlanta. 7 AM with an espresso on the go. Oh, Nigel Armstrong. Just saw a BA flight on Flight Radar 24 as a 747 was a blend of two plane numbers. Bit of my butter, QF10 on the move. That's it. That's it there. Got a bit of blue sky. Ian Hanna, Claire Hook, Gillian Sankey. There she is, the little Joey. Robert Hilton. Malcolm Knights tuning in from the Garden route in the Western Cape, South Africa. G'day. Not g'day, sorry. How's it? Sorry. Get to my butter. QF10 is Victor Hotel Zulu November Kilo State. One of only 2 Qantas Dreamliners with Wi-Fi. Wow. I should think so too. And look who's behind it. Beautiful Thai jet. It's incredible, isn't it, when you look at modern technology. Back in the day, a 707 doing the same trip would probably have to stop 3 times on the route, I think, for refueling, and also to drop, you know, via Cairo and Delhi and Singapore, and then, you know, that sort of thing, I think, would be the sort of routing that that they would take back in the old days. Martin saying Etihad 380 headed to 9 right. Is that a road? To my butter on that exact aircraft operating Perth to Heathrow landed last Friday. There we go. Thank you, Satvinder. What's that, Skip? Full complement of passengers. Crikey. Aidan Campbell, Boeing 707 London Sydney journey in the 60s was a pioneering, luxurious 30-hour adventure. Wow, the kangaroo route, yeah. They called it that because it hopped, didn't it? Andy Mende, no, Qantas does not stop for refueling. KLM's beautiful 321. Looking good in this light. Also, always so smartly dressed, the KLM crews, I found. Proud airline. Penny Haskins, 28 hours. Wow. Scott Amos, great weather in Perth. Currently, passengers will need summer clothing on arrival. Yeah, that's the crazy thing when you're switching from a cold location like this to a hot location. You obviously, you know, have to prep for it. We'll do some, you know, you could take a plan it well enough. You could take a change of clothes from like shorts, whatever. Jassy Rax is a returning member. Welcome back, Jassy Rax. KLM were back in the old Clipper days on the flying boats. KLM were around then, as were quite a lot of the operators as well. One thing I also, what? Oh, bloody hell! No. Oh. What's that, Skip? Got to wait for a big 380. Here she is, Skippy. Well, gotta say, Jerry, fair play to it going off when it did. Elon. Scott Amos. Sound is fine for him down in Australia. Coming at you, Scotty. Oh, look at that big old lump there. Off you go, Skip. Satvinder saying the Saudi 787 might come in rogue as well. She's a dirty girl, isn't she, look? The speed muck on her, look. Look at all that. Weepy windows, fucking down the street. Weepy windows. Coming off the doors, look. Yeah, she needs a wash, mate. Give her a wash, someone. Come on. At the plane wash. Oh no. Well, they will, won't they? Well, yeah, not all the time though, Zach. The good chances are that they put her on road due to flow of traffic, and also the fact that the Etihad jet only has to make a very short taxi to the terminal, because obviously it has to turn right as soon as it gets off the runway. I was Stephen, 321 KLM Jet Rogue. John Mackenzie, I'm flying that next month. Hong Kong, Bangkok, 350-900 out, 777 coming back. I hope the planes are cleaner than that here. Jassy racks I would do, but Bangkok has not got very favourable locations, has it? Sorry about that. Josh Erkin. I love these guys. I found them one night and now I watch every night before bed. Thank you, mate. Oh, Josh, that's fantastic. Oh, look at the bandit, mate. The trash panda coming out. You see what I was talking about with the electric brakes on the Dreamliner? Look at all the hydraulics. Oh, listen to those treads purring away, man. Oh, are you using it, Jelly? What, to go? Well, that's not a countdown, that's a count up. I thought you'd do a countdown. You want to count down, don't you? You don't want to have to... You want an alarm on it, don't you? Yeah. Well, no, because you might ignore it. It's not something that you're used to. All right, okay. Captain Bob, there must be a large amount of 777s due for retirement. Well, yeah, they are, but they're going to keep them going for the foreseeable, just because of the delay in aircraft deliveries. Now Gillian Sankey is back in again. Is that the 787, the Virgin 787? That's wow, making a lot of noise, that American trip. Yeah, I don't need to speak to anyone. I've seen where they stream from and I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of cables and lampposts and stuff like that going on. to my butter, you'd be lucky to get a front gear for 20 grand, nose gear. Where are you going to put that? In the garden? Buying an engine nacelle and making it into a garden seat or something like that. Oh yeah. It is, yeah. Nose gear bird feeder. Yes, just hang a load of. Lovely old 767 with a big tall winglets. Look at that. Cables, trucks, fences and lampposts. What's that? I'm not going all the way out there, just all that gear in front of me. So it's easy, it's an easy one. Someone on the... No? Okay. Oh, makes... Oh, was it? Okay. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, man. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Michael K. Streetlight Preservation Society. We are the Streetlight Preservation Society. Jeffrey Mass, you're right. Indeed, Virgin have, well, not all of their A330s have gone just yet, have they? The 330 CEOs, that is. That's an 800, isn't it? So it went back to the lease companies, but before they went back to, well, they're going to gotta love that livery, man. So exciting. My dad's schedule is finally lined up with Big Jet TV's departing on an A330 shortly. Oh, Mimi will keep us posted on that one. Yeah, Lowlander mentioning that Boeing were indeed, mind that, Boeing were indeed fully aware of the spherical bearing part of the pylon attachment assembly on the MD-11 some 15 years ago, 2017, something like that, and but they didn't tell the FAA about it. They didn't even put out an advisory or anything. Did they put an advisory out to operators, or but didn't bring it up with the Federal Aviation Authority? In which case it would have been very unlikely, Steph Bird, I would have thought. Maybe other places will do, somewhere like, you know, Manchester or something like that. What did? Oh, okay. Is that 100? Is that 100 minutes? Oh, okay. Really? I thought we were doing like a 3 hour and 45. That's a lovely aeroplane, that lovely old 777-200, man. See, those aircraft are going to become outlawed soon with those old engines. Certainly a lot of American airfields already banning certain aircraft types from operating out their airfields, like old 747s. It's a bit like the let's just get this fella out. It's a big old lump in it. Got to get it up the ramp. She looks heavy, man. Thank you, Sue. Feather duster just looked, she just looked heavy. Sometimes you can kind of tell when an aircraft looks heavy. I might be wrong, but it just gave that appearance. The way she crept up to the line. Oh, nice, see Iberia using their 330 today, CF6 powered jet, old school. Listen to this thing when it powers up. This should pump out a load of smoke, man. Remember these in Hawaii, man. Jump in and watch the red at the back by the wings. That's what the tips of the canoes, I think you're talking about there. It's just a because they're so big, just a warning for vehicles moving around the aircraft to be aware of the dirty, great big canoes that house the hydraulic systems for the flaps. Go on, mate. Papa Shanex. I'm in a simulator at the moment, flying Edinburgh to standstill. Charlotte to Bridger, cabin crew for United. There's one of your kites going out right there, Charlotte. Great to have you on board. Look at this lovely old 330 with Iberia, man. Got a pair of CF6s on alert. Nice. Oh, okay, so there are no new regular. That's interesting. I read an article a long time ago about some airports banning, you know, or the threat. Maybe it was that's an engine illuminator there. You can see at the belly there, just on the. Actually, no, that's actually the wing light, isn't it? Here we go. Now I felt that. That was a proper one ball. Hannah, hope this Iberia 330 is better than the 320. We are crammed in with virtually no legroom. Oh dear. Back-to-back Americans. So it looks like I've got to get myself on the 321, didn't it, Jerry? For the international, for the long haul stuff. Aaron Thompson would have been the 340, wouldn't it? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Aidan Campbell, stage 5 was introduced 2018. Strictest standard for new aircraft. Good question, that, Steph. What is the bigger feat of engineering? I'd say, to be honest with you, based on technology that was available back in the day, I would say that Concorde was probably the most significant in terms of its the groundbreaking technology on the Concorde, which, when you think about it, you know, especially with the whole expansion and contraction thing that it was capable of doing. Yeah, I mean, the 380 is, you can build anything any size, can't you, as long as it's within, you know, not within its limits, because obviously, you know, the bigger the aircraft, the more power you need, therefore more engines, etc., etc. Obviously, you know, you could go bigger than a 380, really, if you absolutely wanted to, but it's the infrastructure, of course, of the airports that wouldn't be able to handle it. I mean, as it needed the 380. You know, most airports that operated the A380 needed to increase runway lengths and taxiways and stuff like that, and even the weight of the aircraft was something that made improving taxiway strengths a necessity as well. But Concorde, based on the era and the time that it was developed, was just the biggest sort of like achievement as far as I'm concerned. Probably other people will disagree, but absolutely. Brilliant mathematicians and slide rules, which I could never figure out at school. I didn't even bother trying to figure out a slide rule. Julia W, 9.99 super chat. Just got my 2-year badge. Might not comment very often, but never missed a show. Thank you for broadening my aviation knowledge. Here's a little something for coffee. Julia, thank you. And thank you for your support over all those years. I really can't thank you enough, and everybody else as well who obviously supports the channel. Nice clean set of rims. Yeah, if you're ever able to go to Brooklands, they do have an original Concorde simulator there, and it is, I think it's by invitation or something like that. Here we go, watch the black smoke. Thanks, mate. Alex Cordiner. Probably a mix of both, to be honest with you, Alex. That's a very tricky one to answer though, isn't it? There's one for our JetBlue pilot who's halfway across the Atlantic right now. Screaming Emu. Oh my God. What's that? Minty McMintface. That's just brilliant, mate. That's fantastic. Go on, JetBlue. That is fantastic. I should at least paint the nose blue or something. Alex Cordiner, it was started by somebody in Jersey with Boaty McBoatface, wasn't it? Marksy, I have worked with people who used to climb around the Concorde drawings with a scale rule and a pen or two, one of which was responsible for the posturing of the firmans in here and the other. Okay. Screaming Emu knows the pilot on that jet. Brilliant. Daniel, 67485 euro super chat. Thanks, mate. Thank you for doing what you do and how perfectly you do it. Have a mini roll on me. All the best. Thank you, Daniel. That's very kind of you, mate. Go on, Minty. Doctor, that's interesting. So that now that Concorde simulator now is based at Brooklands, and it is it does work as well. It's not an active simulator, of course, but yes, indeed, it's got screens and all that kind of stuff. All the instruments work. These guys have got some history as well, haven't they? Swiss International Airlines visitors. Oh. Alex Cordiner, yeah, no, I don't think they do. Not at the moment, Daniel, but it will be. We need to get out to Zurich at some point to cover off the retirement of their 340s. I think, we discussed it the other day, didn't we, that Swiss's A340s were commissioned to Edelweiss. Is that right? Got some, look at that, repairs on the nacelle, patchy nacelle. It's a 400, a wingtip, man, a beautiful rate wingtip, very pointy. Stewart by mid-2027. There we go. Listen to that thing go. Just quickly shoot that. So that neo on that. Thank you, Liz. Liz gifting a channel membership. Yeah, they did. They did, yeah. Nice. Pratt powered 330. Put a rake on that thing, man. Oh, okay. Husband on Turkish flight. Okay, he's there. Yeah, there he is. Well, that's going to be it's going to be on the left-hand side, so we won't be able to see him. Jerry McJet's face. Charlie 10, sneaking in a cheeky pint. McRant face. This lovely old thing, man. 200. Got the Pratts on it. See the engine illuminators there. Easy there. Easy there. Alrighty then. Okay. Stabilise that climb. So deep, the nacelle on the XWB, man. I wish he was screaming at you, but that's crazy, wasn't it? Johnson Street, are we seeing American carriers using Airbus wide bodies more these days? Not really. American, of course, using the 321. United, I think United have, I think Delta's the biggest American operator of Airbus aircraft, isn't it? United, of course, have the Airbus as well in the single aisle fleet, but they've placed orders for the 350, haven't they? I saw a picture with the old livery the other day. Wow, she's dirty. Maybe not, just all the panelling clearly showing with the dirt. What's that? Wow, that's crazy. So we've got Aviation in 4K's dad piloting the aircraft with Virgin Atlantic A330 900, I'm guessing. And we've got a passenger who's a member on board the aircraft as well. Passenger's dad. Sorry, a member's dad. A member's dad on the aircraft. Yeah. So that's right side. Is it a window seat? What seat? Need to know the seat, mate. Otherwise I'll be hunting up and down the aisle. Just give me a seat number. Nice Trent 700 powered Turkish jet here. It's Mimi's. Ian's seat is 21k. That's the Virgin jet, yeah? Go on the Trents! banana. Yeah, yeah, he's on the wrong side. Yeah. Oh, did he? Oh, bless him. Oh, Belinda King, Big Jet TV member. Liesl York is on the Icelandair flight to Reykjavik. Well, we've just caught that, didn't we? We got a bit of it. Got a bit of the Icelandair jet. Missed that, Belinda, kind of. Michael K, brake dust, quite common, I have to say, on the A330, the brake dust. Richard Hall, amazing pictures, really shows how long the wings are on these big jets. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's crazy. Absolute pleasure, Anna. Only travels by ocean line. Pup! Good day to you. Someone's keen to go. Go on then, mate. Off you go. Yeah. Screaming at you, yeah, gotcha, mate. Cheeky nanas. No, wait! Sorry. It's another 764, look. Big old drag stuff. See you at Johnson Street. No, John, 764s stopped production quite some time ago. 767-300s, well, I think it's the freighters that they're continuing on with for a little while longer. I'm going to get something to do with baseball. Yeah, nose art. Legendary Vince Dooley, never heard of him. Raymond. Yeah. Nice bit of brake dust down like 767. Thanks, Dave. Oh, he's a football coach, was he? Oh, that's why there's a bulldog. Okay. Is this a 339 on taxi now, Jilly? Something big over the top of me. I can hear it, but I can't see it. KLM 330, eh? Westbound, yeah? Like it was hanging. Well, it wasn't hanging on the edge though, was it?
Rubbish mechanic. Mr. Coleman. £20 super chat. Just a top up for coffee and mini roll kitty. Huge thanks to yourself and Julie for the fantastic fun and footage. And once again, thank you for spotting us in my old Granada back in September. Okay, I remember that. Yes, yes. Yes, at the Renaissance, wasn't it? Haha, brilliant, rubbish mechanic, thanks mate. Well, you've got to be an half decent mechanic to work on something like that. Mind you, it was a lot easier back then, wasn't it? Carburetor. Oh, Granada. Thomas, just 1 year old, that 787. Okay, so we've got the son. Aviation in 4K's dad is, I don't know if he's operating this aircraft, but he's on the flight deck. Either pilot is the captain. We don't know whether he's operating it or, but he is the captain. One of our members, and we've also got a member's dad on board the aircraft, is it? And a possible wave from the dad, maybe. Let's see if we get a it's Mimi's dad, isn't it? There we go. Brilliant. Everyone wave to my dad. Not yet. Is that its name, Queen of the Skies? It is, look. There. There. Ah! Awesome. There's your dad, Mimi. That's crazy. That's crazy. Handley Peppy. Yes, that would be good. Oh, he fixes and repairs bin lorries. Oh, excellent, man. Oh, rubbish mechanic. Oh, I got you. Yeah. I've got you now. Makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. That is brilliant. Repairs bin lorries. Brilliant. Avki, traffic alert tomorrow, Lufthansa 908 0245 PM. It's 14:45, but anyway, 320neo, 100-year Lufthansa livery. What's that coming in? Coming in here? Kate Oddy's brother is on the 787 BA787 to Mexico City. Which one's that? That's this one here, isn't it? Wilson done his apprenticeship on bin trucks and other council vehicles back in the 70s, and they used to use dustbins. Beaten up old dustbins. John Grinham liking the Sri Lankan livery. I always like to see the Sri Lankan livery. Right turn, Clyde. There's There's a good looking jetliner right there. Like that. Special livery. Virgin 350, 2,900 feet per minute. Wow. Decent. Candy livery K15 say thank you. It's like a test platform, doesn't it? With that either Gen X or Trent 1000 in the foreground, and that Trent 900 on the A380, because the wings are so blended there almost. Look. Do you know what I'm saying, Governor? Pete Wilson liking that. Peter Wilson, sorry. Thank you, John. It's the courtyard, isn't it? Right next to the big one. It's just ginormous, isn't it? And that's a long way away as well, that 380. Puff of brake dust. Yeah, getting a little bit of
getting a little bit of turbulent air at sort of like 100 feet, aren't they? 100, 200 feet. Yeah, go on. Oh yeah, trading some ribbons there, man. I have to get up on the hill next week. Liz Matthewman, sorry. Very long wings. Kel's Red Bud. Tuning in from vacation in Cancun. Aviation Louis, yeah, does climb out like a swan indeed. Mr. Big Daz, yeah, Trent 700s on the Sri Lankan jet. Wild Snowball, that 330 currently flying over her house. Very loud. Darren Dupre asking, would you be possible to explain how the plane takes off with the movement of the wing flap? I've never got my head around how it works. Sort of. No, Darren, it's you'll never forget it when I tell you, but basically the wing flaps don't actually do anything in terms of the elevation of the aircraft, as in the rotate, the takeoff itself. There are flight surfaces on the wings that control the aircraft as soon as it takes off in terms of its lateral movement, but in terms of taking off, as in rotating, it is the rear horizontal tail plane that controls that, with the elevators, which you'll see a very small slight amount of movement in the elevator where the pilot pulls the stick back, in this case a Boeing with the yoke, but you'll see them. This is going to be quite a long run because it's a 787. Might be more easier to see, but there we go. Here they go. There's the elevators coming up now. That was a bit of a funny one, that, to be honest with you. That was a sort of like, had a go, had a nibble at it, and then it's sort of like it didn't really want to go, and then, but anyway, it's the elevators, my friend. Probably better to see it on something that's not the Dreamliner. Ian Austin, there is a 747 due in, and it'll likely go rogue. I'm hoping it'll go rogue, as in it'll land on 09 right, this runway. Absolutely what Kev says there. And then of course the elevators, all the elevators do is to rotate the nose, and then of course the wings become the flying part of the aircraft, so to speak. Which give it the lift, of course. So he's absolutely right in saying that, but the actual, to get the aircraft off the ground, to give it that initial
nose up. It's the elevators, but then, like he says, the wings immediately, they want to take off, they want to fly anyway. As soon as you're at that predetermined speed, which is all inputted into the engine, the flight management computer, then everything kicks in and she goes flying. Most efficient engines on the market right there. Ian Austin, what became of the Talon 318? Yeah, retired them. We're giving an update on CX7, the 747 freighter. Now Southern Germany steady cruise, ETA 1432, fully recovered with EGLL weather improving. Arrival sequencing looks favourable. Well, hopefully arrival sequencing for the southern runway. Thank you. A330 Delta off to Detroit. The big D. Yes, Ellis Chernoff making a very valid point there. Of course, the most of the aircraft of the olden days, the piston engine aircraft like the DC-3 and DC-6, even the DC-7, was it the DC-7? Wooding, absolutely, the wing was so efficient that, especially the old tail draggers, generally used to just lift off the runway. They used to go flying. Because back in those days, I don't know if they actually had, you know, the V numbers. Oh, listen to that. Is it just the feel of the aircraft, maybe, in terms of, like, you know, what your optimal sort of like going, flying rate number is, you know? Wow, another aircraft with nacelle. It's almost identical to the one before, isn't it? So place the oh, there we go. Ellis Chernoff, modern jetliners designed with leading-edge devices will not lift off unless pitches increase from the ground stance. There we go. So with the leading-edge devices, that's what keeps the aircraft on the ground. I'm guessing what he's talking about there is the leading-edge flaps or slats that you can see there on the leading edge of the wing, the front of the wing. Interestingly, no inboard slat on the 70.
But I mean, especially with an old piston engine tail dragger, there's definitely the wing is already at that pitched angle, isn't it? So this big old lump here. But yeah, interesting stuff. Thanks, Alice. Bound for New York, thanks Taparate. This jet 380 bound for Dubai. Michael jacking an airspeed indicator on old tail dragger aircraft. Thanks, Jules. Eloquent turtle, good question. The spinner, the engine spinner, it's generally down to engine manufacturer really. Some of them has swirls, some of them just have a straight line on it. Hear the vents on those engines, man. Chill Park. Good afternoon to you. Make a very slight right turn here. HGC loving the climb out shot, thank you. Wow. Is that making all that noise? It's like 76, isn't it?
See you, Melanie.
He does it all the time, Claire. He's a regular to do it.
Andy Mende, good question. What's the number or letters on the opening on the front landing gear mean, Andy? Sometimes it's the last 2 digits of the registration. In other words, Echo Alpha, which will be Echo Alpha there, also on the tail and also on the above the flight deck as well. Last 3 digits, letters, sorry. And other times, ETOPS numbers as well are given on the some different information on the gear doors, mainly to help the mechanics who are working on the aircraft. Aviation Addict lurking today. Hello. Ian Byrne, the spiral design on the spinners were not only to indicate that the engine was turning, but also to deter birds from flying towards the engine to land on them. Well, you know, it's a little bit late by the time the bird sees that, I'd imagine. I think it is more a case of to indicate that the engines were turning. Yes. Don't know about anything to deter birds. Might be wrong. You might be right. Trash Panda coming out. That beautiful Amy Winehouse style eyeliner. They tried to make me go to maintenance, but I said no, no, no. I said no, no, no. Boeing 727 is obsolete now, but in most cases V1 VR. We could only need a VR with a V1 with contaminated runway, water, ice and snow. Oh, Claire, you don't have to apologise. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No apology necessary. Chill Park has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, Chill Park. Yes, an interesting. There are sensors behind the spinner on these aircraft as well. It's not just the cover. I mean, it obviously is an aerodynamic cover. It's an aerodynamic component, isn't it? It needs to be to sort of like, you know, distribute the airflow evenly into the engine. But yeah, there are sensors behind the engines, the engine spinner as well. Holiday, yes, I remember that. Train on London coach, I've never been able to identify it. No idea, Jay-Z. That's one for Google. Dave, I really like Air Canada's different livery, yeah. That canopy, the canopy paint just makes it, doesn't it? The eyeliner totally makes it. Kevin Miller, a visual aid for the rotating start. Obviously, ground personnel as well who are waiting to greet the aircraft, and also ground personnel who are seeing the aircraft out as well would need a visual sign that the engine is spinning, and of course when it's safe to approach the aircraft once the aircraft has stopped at gate as well. Sometimes they might run the engines for some time. I've been on an aircraft where they've been continued running the engine for a little while. We're actually told, folks, we're just going to sit at gate for a couple of minutes. We just need to run the engines at idle for a little bit, for whatever reason it was. I can't think what it would be. Maybe just to check some, maybe the maintenance team have asked them to do that. Whilst they were at altitude, can you leave the aircraft engines running for just a couple of minutes? We need to check some numbers at idle when you get back, because of course these things have all of the information is fed back to the airline. Or the engine manufacturer, or whatever it might be, whatever the contracts might be that they have with the operators. So these engines are being monitored continually. So if there is a problem when they're at cruise altitude, for example, and they're deemed fit to continue, then obviously the maintenance teams can forward that information onto their ground maintenance teams at the destination, and then they can do what they need to do. Steph Bird, I like the old Air Canada livery, red and white. Yeah. Well, that was an exciting one of the many retro examples that I saw up at ARD yesterday. Love the old Air Canada 747 in the red and white livery. Phil T, VC10. Back in my Air Force days, we used to do engine running turnarounds on VC10s. Wow. Yeah. Engine running turnarounds. Nice. Shown off, some operators don't want APU started after landing. There can be a delay in hooking up the ground power plug. Engine run up until external electrics are connected. There we go. That's a point. Oh, missed the big boy landing. Interesting to see. It's very rare to see no A380 parked up over there. I wonder what that's all about. Mazon tuning in from Connecticut. Claire, yeah, I don't know about advertised. We've seen the new Emirates livery. It's the grey one, isn't it? It's the World livery or something, is it? Aidan Campbell giving us an update on CX7 passing Frankfurt. No. Oh, Wimbledon, isn't it? Yeah, we saw it. Yeah. Okay. Nigel Armstrong, yeah, very noisy. Conway engines on the VC10, weren't they? 4 of them bolted to the back of it. right turn, like that. See the tail striker skid on the back there. Grand Slam, is that what it's called? There you go, Steph Bird, yeah. Showing their sponsorships of all the tennis open tournaments. There we go. Cucumber VC10 sounded fantastic. Nigel Armstrong, no Virgin 777 at the eastern side of the airport. 007 is his flight number. It's a 350 probably, Nigel. Double or seven. I don't know about 707, yes, sorry. Yes, 707-400 series of Conway engines, yeah. And of course the VC10 was the, well, it was a test bed. They flew it out of Wisley with an RB211 bolted to one side of it, and it bent the airframe, wrote the aircraft off. Too much poor, Captain. They turned that round quick, didn't they? We saw that landing about an hour ago, didn't we? That Star Alliance 767. Where'd you go? Leslie Fraser, £20 super chat. Thank you, Leslie. Cucumber. I remember as a young boy going to the outside viewing gallery at EDI. The plane I remember extremely now was the BAC-111. Yes. Rolls-Royce Space. Yes, indeed. Wow. That throw hush kits on those jets back in the day, didn't they? I remember my old dad's DC-8s when he started flying the hush kitted variant. Well, when they were, because they were retrofitted, weren't they, those hush kits? Some spinners are shaped differently as well. Why not? Some have more of a dome shape to them, whereas as you can see, this GE's got a slightly pointy face to it, but it's a point that goes into the dome, whereas the Rolls-Royces are more like the sort of like Madonna's booby brassiere from times gone by. You know what I mean, Governor? The World Airways had some BAC-111s as late as the early 2000s. DC-9s rumbled on tape. Yeah, still doing Anchorage. Bob M's gifted the channel memberships. Oh, Nigel Armstrong, yes, of course. Those lovely old Vanguards and Viscounts, indeed. Very pleasuring sound. Humming sort of noise. Chris Bowers, good question that. A bit of a story behind that, Chris, actually, the 777 having two different engine types on their 200s, that is. Of course, their 300 variant on the 777 only has the General Electric. But initially, the first batch of 777s that came off the production line with Boeing were powered by the General Electric GE90 engine, which was very sophisticated for its time, and quite an engine that sort of like was put into use, but wasn't fully developed, as in, you know. But anyway, it was obviously tested, and you know, it was certified, etc. But initial variants, initial engine. Yeah. Yeah, so the initial batch of 777s, I don't know, it's a bit odd. Have we had two Emirates 380s land consecutively, or was that one parked up round the corner? We'll soon find out whether he turns left or right. I think he's coming out here. Good old Smoky Joe. Yeah, so the initial batch of 777s were powered by, he was parked up over the other side by the cul-de-sac, was he? But yeah, they had engine problems, and the Rolls-Royce were also developing the Trent 800 engine at the time, and it was sort of like a bit of a stopgap for, I think this is right anyway, a bit of a stopgap for British Airways whilst General Electric cured their issues, which is why a lot of companies these days are choosing the LEAP engine over the Pratt & Whitney engine, because they're like, well, we're not prepared to wait for Pratt & Whitney to solve their issues, we need to get on and have aircraft, and so they're choosing the LEAP option, which is a less efficient engine, it has to be said,
than the geared turbofan, but because they're having so many problems. And another example is with British Airways and their Trent 1000 woes, along with other airlines as well. British Airways next batch of Dreamliners will be powered by the Gen X engine, which is you know, a big blow for Rolls-Royce. But yeah, Rolls-Royce kind of came to the rescue for British Airways, as they did with the RB211 engine way back in the day as well. The original 747s had terrible problems with the Pratt & Whitney engine overheating. Oh, nice bank shot. If you can get it in focus, son. Let's hope that CX7 routes on the south side. That'd be great. I mean, obviously, the reason I think that Emirates, Cathay Pacific may bring their freighter in on this runway is because obviously the freighter station is there with at the bread bin, as they call it. Of course, back in the old days, that place would be full of freighters, and one in particular, which that UPS 767 pilot at ARD yesterday, I had some great little chats with him. Used to be a big Boeing fan, not a big Boeing fan anymore, it's interesting to say. But he ended up buying a Pan Am 747 freighter from ARD, a 1/200 scale. And Paul, another friend of ours up at ARD, mentioning that he saw that in London Heathrow many moons ago. TRA 757-200, one of the initial issues was the harmonics of the engine, much like the A220 has now. Well, A220, along with all the other Pratt & Whitney powered jets, A220 and 320s, crazy. I mean, there have been cases where, you know, operators are basically like Swiss Airlines. Swiss, for example, grounding all their A220-100s to use as spares for their A220-300 fleet. However, we did see a Swiss A220-100 in at London Heathrow the other week, so maybe that was one that's been fixed, I don't know. But the crazy thing is that it takes 365 days from the moment the engine comes off the wing to be delivered and put back on the wing, and that's not how long it takes to repair it. It just means it's just how long it has to sit in the queue for. Wow, look at 2707 until early 80s. Pan Am was the largest air cargo carrier. Of course, now all the freight mainly is carried in the belly of these jets. Rose trees, I'm listening and doing other things, just realised you've not shown any takeoffs or landings. Is Heathrow on standstill? Rose trees, no. I don't know if what you're watching, but no, we've got have you paused it accidentally? Or accidentally hit the pause button? See, there's an example of a G90 spinner which is rounded with the pointy section right at the front of it. Big old fat blades on it. Of course, General Electric the first to delve into the carbon fibre blade technology.
Trent 800. G6 gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, G6. Yeah, America. West Buckles, no. West Buckles, no. There's no other alternative. Although I'm quite surprised that they can't look at a LEAP engine, based on the fact that the engine itself is more or less the same dimensions as the Pratt & Whitney engine. Reporting 835 Pratt & Whitney GTF shot aircraft grounded due to engine issues at the end of 2025. That's bad. In some cases it's like I mean, Spirit Airlines kind of brought to its knees with those issues, wasn't it? Oh, okay. Jonas Anderson saying they have 9 in the fleet and only 2 are grounded. Okay, well then, in that case, I was misfed information on that. Well, we were, should I say. Engines as an example, Emirates operating both the Rolls-Royce power plant and the Engine Alliance as well. I think these are Rolls-Royce. You can see the pointy spinners on it. Of course, the other option is the Engine Alliance. GP 7200 engine. Negative. We haven't got a rogue, have we? Just wondering why this 380 is holding. Well, it gives me time to film this bank shot. Mind that! Which engine did the Rebel Alliance use on its X-Wing? It's the Vader 25B, wasn't it? Painter Girl, good afternoon to you. She's moving. It is becoming a nice day and we do have a clear patch above me now. So get your cruisers ready, folks. Donald, where's your cruisers? That's funny. Did you just make that up, Jimmy? Oh. panelling, the titanium panelling on the engine pylons there. It's making a noise over the top of you, GP. 331. Okay, James Dayton, there we go. Flight Global, 30th of October 2025. Swiss will now ground all 220-100s immediately, using their engines as spares, a spares pool to keep the 220-300s flying. There we go. That's where we heard it from. Thank you, James Dayton. So, but that isn't the case, is it? Because like we said, we saw a Swiss 220-100 in Heathrow the other week. Rosy trees can see it now. Rose trees, sorry. Oh, James Dayton, they are Trents. Yeah, there we go. Paint a girl, an impressive sight. TRA 757-200, it's the engines TRA. Ta-ra! Pratt & Whitney engines. Okay, autopilot going on now. Right turn, Clyde. Mary in Greece, thank you for my good mood show today. That's trending number 8. It's a lovely old, another old United 762 coming out. Sorry, 777-2. It is, isn't it? Tara, it's to do with the hot part of the engine on the Pratt & Whitney, the high pressure turbine blades, I think, to be precise. What the issues are on the bit like the kind of sort of thing that Rolls-Royce had with their Trent 1000 engine and still are having. That has to be said. But yes, component issues. There might be actually more than one issue with those Pratt & Whitney GTFs. Rosie Wilkin. Is it 80 knots for all aircraft? Are you talking about 80 knots is the point at which the airspeed is good enough for the rudder to become the steering element of the aircraft, as opposed to the nose wheel steering at 80 knots, generally, or there or thereabouts. At a certain speed, the nose wheel will lock out in a straight line. Well, it'll lock out straight, basically, because you don't want the thing weaving off down a runway, do you? Then it's all down to the rudder. Rosie, no. 80 knots is very slow. Usually around about 100, anything from sort of like 145 knots up to there or thereabouts, 150 knots, depending on the aircraft's size. It's incredible to know that there's another SAS 320. Blimey. Prince Charming, oh, Prince Charming, ridicule is nothing to be scared of, boom, might you ever. This is their lease jet, I think. They've been on the books for quite a few years. Just never bothered painting the stripe on it. Phil T, yeah, it is material supply, because obviously engine manufacturers have other manufacturers as well. What's the interesting piece on the General Electric manufacturing facility, which is quite interesting, but still they do rely on a lot of components coming from third-party suppliers as well. So yeah, it's across the board, isn't it? With aircraft manufacturing in general, engines, interiors, plastics, exotic metals, metallurgy, just, you know, like titaniums and God, go on. Rini Wee checking in from Istanbul. It's snowing in Istanbul. Wow, Rini Wee's it's windy in Istanbul. Showing me your handsome ding. Who is Dave? Long story, but he's basically an SAS pilot who used to work for a simulator station, simulator school. Wow, Istanbul can be very snowy in the winter. Cold and snowy in the winter, wow. Stephen Vincent. Oh, Steve Vincent. Oh, I never had Istanbul as a place where it got cold. Never had that. Well, I can understand it in the mountains, but yeah, Steve Vincent, that is very true. Many people do think of it as a hot climate. Oh well, that blue sky didn't last long, did it? Is that you, Dave? Yes, Jess today, though. Half the fleet here today. Airways transport spotter, I believe a special Emirates 380 will be arriving today unless you've already seen it land. Well, no, that's the answer to that. Oh, I hear a lovely old 737. Airline flew into Newark years ago and it banked steeply to the left. The pilot told everyone not to be alarmed. It was great, yes. Algiers, there we go. Is that an 800? Lovely old thing. Oh, is that 727? No, 737? Yeah. And 707? Yeah, no. She is. Is that clock working? Did you get it working all right? You're doing countdown on it now. Does it when the time's up? Does it go? Be good if it did. Okay, time's up. What you got here? At 7. Okay, at 7 and a 10. Oh, a 10 there. Underdog, tuning in from Texas. Andy's NE, tuning in from Luton. Loving the views. Thanks, Andy. Bit early for flies, isn't it? Sister-in-law Kaz just about to leave on her way back to Chicago on American 91. Is that American 91 taxiing now? Nice. Etihad 380 on the push, folks. Andy Mende, fair enough. A rowdy snooker crowd. Abraham, these angles are doing it for him. There we go. Aren't we lucky, folks? Well, we've got London Heathrow. Oh, hello. Beautiful. Hayden Campbell, CX7 now east of Southend. Okay, needs to track south. That 747. Now on the 09's arrival stream. Well, I want to see it. I want to see it. If that's turning base already, that's blimey. Really? That can't be turning base, surely not. Downwind, yeah. Oh, is it? Needs to track. It needs to track south 180, and then it needs to turn right heading 270 on the downwind, and then base leg on 360, and then turn right on 90. Park out. Good for you, mate. Georgie boy, negative. You haven't, mate. No, you haven't. We haven't seen it yet. Looks like they're going to bring her in on the northern runway then. Standard arrival. Merlin the Wizard, well, kind of. Yeah. Not the other side of the airport, as in like. Oh, now listen to this thing go, man. Polluter jet. Phil Robson, nearly 29 years old, this jet. Right old banger, yeah. El Al Retro pushing back. She'll taxi down Sierra, won't she? Andy, correct. They are eastbound towards London. Obviously don't make it that far, these westbound jets. Thank you, Brody. Missed that one. Firehorse Cuddly Floof. United is extremely clean, unlike some bodywork. Okay. Talking about liveries, I'm guessing. Getting it right, Andy. You're answering all your questions correctly. Glad someone is. Morgan, shiny new American Dreamliner. Watch these wings flex, folks. Look at that wing flex. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. Bit of brake dust at the positive rate. Gear up. I was, Stephen, quite a few coming out of T4 now. Saudi, Qatar and Air Serbia, as well as El Al. Yeah, I think I see El Al. This will make a left-hand turn possibly. There we go. So you've got to climb way above that approach pattern from the north, with aircraft vectoring the north side of the airfield for on their downwind legs. Oh, but it was gorgeous. So Speedbird 747 opened in April '86, and I flew out there in November '86 on BA TriStar. Wow. Well, shouldn't be coming my way, should it? Rohit Parkal, thanks to your road trips, I can make my way around London Heathrow without Google Maps. Fantastic. Greg Lear, American 787, headed to Chicago. High temperature O'Hare will be 17 Fahrenheit or 8 degrees centigrade. Wow, Chicago's cold. Delta Phil flew Etihad's 380. This guy's in a bit of a rush, isn't he? I think we're going straight out. You are clear for takeoff. Pilot command taking it out, I think. Not even giving the Trents a chance to hum. Oh, they're going to stop it all right. Oh, I don't know though. John O'Godley, g'day to you. Great light, man. So next Thompson VS165 now on loading. Now what's the relative thing about that? What's the deal with that? Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, yeah. Fully established, one word, huge. Packing 4 Engine Alliance GPW 7200s, ready to send it. BMW West Tech over the top. Eastbound. Well, southeast bound by the sounds of it. Looks like Cathay's on 09 left. All right, okay. Wow, big load of brake dust. No surprising off a big 16-wheel braking. Gary Boakes gifted the channel membership. Thanks, Gary. Phil Brown, can't feel the jet blast, but usually when the wind is favourable and blowing from the north, I will feel the jet blast, warm air from the engines, especially on the 380, but also on the 350. That's it, she's locked in for 9 left. Is our jumbo. Probably me being a bit over optimistic earlier on, wasn't it? His little boopy nose, look. Strong, sweet smell of kerosene out of nowhere, which is quite nice. What's that? Long range. Is it something going into London City? I think it is, isn't it? Steve, very funny. Not in sight yet, mate. Don't worry about it. I ain't gonna miss it. By the way, folks, we expect to be back on the roof at the Thistle. Well, probably won't be until after I come back, to be honest with you, from the old from the recoup. So But we've got a meeting with them next week just to as a catch up. Right turn, Clyde. Never had anyone ask that before. Been watching all big jets, never any propeller types yet. Get them from time to time, mate. But yeah, well, ATR in here every day. In fact, to be honest with you, if you stick around, you'll probably see an ATR coming out quite soon, I'd imagine. Because one did come in quite some time ago, so I'd imagine that they've turned that around. Should be ready to depart quite soon. Got to be asked at least once on every 09 show, innit? But you know, it took me a little bit of a while to sort of figure it out when I started doing Big Jet TV, you know? I had no idea about 09 and 27 operations and all that. Dash 8 that they'll paint up in the old livery, innit, with Cathay, even though they've got some old 400s, but I imagine it's going to be one of their Dash 8s, which is a bit of a shame. You got a poorly cow, mate. Oh. The man who walks 1,000 miles a day stood at my door. What's the is it? It's a 339, isn't it? Oh, there's your ATR, look. Whee! See? We deliver here on Big Jet TV, even though we are this big old heron, look. Don't want to get one of them in your intake. Yeah, there she is there. So what's the deal with that? Meg Thompson's future brother-in-law at the controls. Is he aware? Harris tuning in from a -6 Poland. Wow. There's 2 Turkish 330s in today, eh? Always give way to the Queen. '17 Mustang. I know exactly what you're saying there, mate. Every time I hear that thing rattle, it sounds like the army of orcs marching from Mordor to Minas Tirith or whatever. But I know exactly what he's saying. That's absolutely fantastic. Clear takeoff to 09.
Lots of people liking that LL Retro jet. MDC Vegas, loving the views, thanks mate. Andy Mende, sun smoking. All skinny liking it. Synchronised taxi. John Grinham remembers that livery on the LL 747s. Yeah. It's back in those days you had like Olympic and Sabina and hello. It's a Black Hawky type. No, it's not. It's just a standard Sikorsky, whatever, blah blah blah, if it is at all. Augusta Westland, there we go. Aaron Thomas, thank you. Midland spotter Craig Whitmore. Thanks, Craig. I need to go and get myself an A321 now. Because I'm going to be doing my world tour during my recuperation. We are travelling to, is it 5 different continents? Something like that. Steph Bird's gifted 5 channel membership. Thank you, Steph. Nice to see some new members there as well. Oh, Dean's been gifted. That's what Dino. Zach Joseph Plains, $4.99, thank you. It's a live stream on Friday. My dog had to be put down. Oh, mate. I think I remember you saying that, Zach. Great shame, my friend. Might be the JCB chopper. Thank you, D. Midland spotter, Craig Wright, £2 super chat, super sticker, sorry. Thanks. Thank you very much indeed, very much appreciated. Paul Doan, 777, gifting a channel membership, thanks mate. Yeah, hopefully we can cause a bit of a distraction for you, Zach. Martin Smith, that's another thing that we will be unveiling during my recuperation, will be the new Staines International. I think the little
the little ATRs going out to intercept. Blimey, what's that? What's he doing? Obviously an arrival, just different vector, different downwind leg. Saudi. Dan the Man tuning in from the Pocono Mountains, Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Got to give a little bit of time, otherwise he'll catch him too quick. Look at all the gubbins inside the canoe there. So they obviously have to run an aerodynamic foil around it. It's called the canoe. Connor, the canoe is just a cover. That's literally all it is. It's just a cover. You can see off the outboard of the wings there, you see those three pointy things. They are otherwise known as canoes because they look like canoes, but they basically are an aerodynamic cover for all the for the winders, for the flap winders. Or screws. Wow, look at that bank shot on that Qatar. Should get a great shot on this. Look at the flex on that. Quite Dreamliner-esque, but still a decent amount of flex. And that will be even more visible when she makes either a left turn or a right turn. If it's a right turn, it will be better because the left turn is a sort of like left and long, whereas the right, here we go, is a sort of like a direct 180. Should hold that bank for a good while. Rachel D hearing an engine start up somewhere in the background. Could that possibly be that Air France 220 that's sitting behind the on Sierra? Oh, funk! Yeah! Go on, the funk! Yeah, it is a fairing screen. Oh, he's awake now, look! Colloquially a canoe. Look at him with his big words today. It's indeed a fairy. We've got a rogue, have we? This is Saudi 777-9, right? Yeah, more or less all of them, Steph Bird. Madonna and her brassiere. Yeah. Sounds good here. Awesome. Yeah. Either clean your ears out or get a new hearing thing. Fire up those big treads, mate. You see the fuel vent pipe there as well on the 380. Firehorse cuddly floof. Good for you. Well, you'll learn. Oh, blimey, really? Oh, he needs to get a shifty on, doesn't he, this geezer? Go on, son. Okay. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Manon, £10 super chat, thank you for the shout out earlier for my sister-in-law on the American 91. Absolute pleasure, Manon. Miami bound for this 380. Thank you, 17th Mustang. No, he's good, he's good, he's good. They've spaced it perfectly. Pretty tight, but it's all good. Mind that! Go on, big lad. Stretch those big wings, son. Oh, isn't that nice? Catherine, giving a shout out to Steph Bird for the membership. Thank you, Steph Bird. Thank you, Catherine. It's very kind of you to say thank you. I like it when people do that. It's etiquette. Somebody's reached into their personal finances to help you enjoy membership. Screaming Emu's gifted a channel membership at 39,000 feet. And that's the first ever gifted membership from cruising altitude. Should be £39,000, shouldn't it? Scropey out, take care. That's Malaysia 4, isn't it? Two 339s, two Virgin 339s. Mark Barr has gifted a channel membership and his Top Tech, who received that. Congratulations, Top Tech, and thank you, Mark Barr. Graham C, £5 super chat, another great stream. Thank you to you. Well, we've still got 5,400 people watching, haven't we? So leave the tap on for just a little bit longer. Where was that? Wow, Craig Whitmore, wow. That's crazy, isn't it? 6.5 years, did he say? Sorry, folks, I missed that one. 6 years and 4 months, wow. Dustin Jackson just quit my toxic job. What's that? Neil Hub was wondering if there's a runway switch though. Neil, come on. Mind you, no, he's only got 2 stripes, so he might not know. No runway switch on 09s, mate. Jam Sani's gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Jam Sani. Very kind of you. And Tylene, is that Tile? Is that Tile? Tylene, I think it is. Has gifted Tylene, 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 Tylene. Has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Tylene. Tylene, sorry. 113. Yes. Get it all out. Triple 7 to Charlotte. Very funny. Rachel D has gifted a channel membership, yeah. Ronald. Wow. There's a few Ronald. 747, A340, family. Some Ukrainian aircraft. Yeah, AM124. Yeah, the big fat one, isn't it? It came out before the 340, interestingly enough. Midland spotter Craig Whitmore, perfect spot and angle you're at there, Jerry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fire horse cuddly thief. It's very sort of. It's a unique breed of rural Scottish land mammal that dwells virtually next door to Tundergarth near Lockerbie, the place where cockpit. What is a unique breed of rural Scottish land mammal? Have a look, see. It's either a fire horse, it's got to be a fire horse, it can't be a cuddly floof. Well, British Avgeek, if you want to see landings, there's nowhere to go really, I'm afraid, my friend. You can go on the, yeah, there's a long walk from Myrtle Avenue. It'll be dark by the time you get there. Marty McFly flying low's going to have a bath in a sarnie. Right, folks, gonna head off now. I've got to obviously Jilly's got to come and pick me up. It's a bit of a logistical sort of like mishmash, and also I've got to see if I can make Tesco before it closes, because I dropped my sarnie on the way today. God knows where it went. It managed to jump out of the bag, I haven't eaten anything since my 2 pieces of toast this morning, so I need to get some, and a banana. I had a banana up here. So we will see you on Wednesday if we don't see you before. Niners again on Wednesday, probably going to do the Hilton, I'd imagine, just to mix it up a little bit. And we will
See you on Wednesday if we don't see you before. But thank you everybody for your time today, and it's been lovely to have your company. Thank you to all those people who support the channel. Welcome to all our new members and new subscribers. Great to see you. Don't forget you can download the app. You don't have to spend any money on the app. It's just a tool for you to get notifications for when we're going live, or show alerts, or whatever it might be. And it's a nice little tool to have in your pocket on your phone. And thank you to everybody who's gifted today, however you have done it. We really appreciate your support. Thank you so much to everybody. And yeah, it's been great to see everybody. I'll quickly say goodbye to camera. Get yourself ready, GP. See you, everybody. Thank you. Look after yourselves. Be good. And I don't need a shout. What are you shouting for? But look after yourselves. You've been fantastic. Thanks, everybody. See you later. Bye-bye.